Welcome, Christine, back to the Zoom room. Nice to see you again. So we'll have a look at our teaching for today, and it'll prepare us nicely for today's lesson, which is just a short review lesson, and then it'll take us into some text reading for today. Okay, so and we'll see how much of that we can do. If you've only got an hour and a half or 2 hours, we might get just a few paragraphs of that done. All right, so give me a moment to get the live stream going, and I'll share my screen. And have a look at today's email and teaching around that. Yeah, so go. All right, so if you can read the quote for us.
Love is what we are born with. Fear is what we have learned here. The spiritual journey is the relinquishment or unlearning of fear and the acceptance of love back into our hearts. Love is the essential existential fact. It is our ultimate reality and our purpose on earth. To be consciously aware of it, to experience love in ourselves and others is the meaning of love. Marianne Williamson.
Right. Yeah, quite profound. To be consciously aware of love, to experience love in ourselves and others is the meaning of life. Very simple idea, but very profound. It's from her book, A Return to Love, which you said you were reading recently, weren't you?
Yes.
Reflections on the Principles of A Course in Miracles, which was her first book, and that started her career, and that sort of established her as one of the Course's leading teachers back in the 80s. And then I think Oprah interviewed her as a result of that book, and so her career was sort of launched as a spiritual teacher. So it highlights the dichotomy between fear and love, and we must choose between these two seemingly opposite forces by letting go of or unlearning what we have learned from fear, which automatically allows love to return to our awareness. So just really, Course in Miracles 101 is basic teaching of the Course, but just restated by Marianne in, I think, quite a beautiful way. Now, love is the essential existential fact. So it's that without which there would be no existence. It's an existential fact that love is, and love is without love there would be no existence, because love is pure formless awareness of perfect love. So most people don't understand this, but it's the deepest awareness in our minds. That's what we call the love of God. As yesterday's review lesson told us, only that love is real. Everything else is temporary. It's made up by the ego. It comes and it goes. What we, forms of what we call love here are not really love at all. Love is just that awareness, fully experienced, pure formless awareness of perfect love, we call it. Fully experienced, that's divine love. And then we can experience that love in relationship with others. So we feel it inside of us, they feel it. And then there's a merging of minds in that awareness, in that relationship. So that's the holy relationship. So the formula for experiencing divine or unconditional love consistently is really very simple, given that it's all about letting go or unlearning. Quite like that word she used, unlearning what we've learned from fear. Right? It's an undoing and an unlearning. Is you have to, step one, train your mind to become increasingly aware of any fear. And bear in mind that fear is a general term. Yeshua uses it in A Course in Miracles to refer to any negative, limiting, contracted emotion that's blocking your awareness of love's presence. So that fear, guilt is a form of fear, anger is a form of fear, hatred is a form of fear, and so on. So it's a placeholder for the entire ego's thought system. So number one, be aware of it, of those blocks, and number two, let them go. You know, it's a simple two-step formula, but it requires a lot of practice to do, as we know. So most people fail on step one because they're not aware enough. They're not aware of any fear arising, and they're not aware of the forms of fear. So the fear just is them, and there's not enough awareness to identify it as something not them. It's alien to them. So a really big part of this spiritual awakening process is to train your mind to become aware of the forms of fear as and when they arise. So you become increasingly aware, okay, that's the ego, that's fear, I'm aware of it. And that's a success when you've done that. Don't beat yourself up and go, oh God, there's fear again, I'm messing it up again. No, it's the fact that you noticed is really good, because the noticing allows you to then move to step two and let it go. So there's a conscious choice on step two to say, no, this is not what I choose. This is not what I want. I'm willing to let go of the thoughts, the emotion, the energy of it, and drop it, because I don't want to be in fear. I don't want to feel this way. And that's letting go of forgiveness. But it requires both step one and step two to do. If you don't have enough awareness, then you can't move to step two. So most people fail because they don't even have the awareness to be able to do it, to be aware of the fear as it arises. Once you're aware of it, then it can still be difficult to do step two. The ego can resist the letting go, but at least you know what you have to do. And so you can persevere with, the letting go practice to let it go. You might need to practice the technique, a number of times to really let go of something if it's deep-seated. But at least you're recognizing that, yes, there's a problem and I need to address it. It's a bit like, in the recovery movement with alcoholics, drug addicts, and so on. So the first thing you've got to do is say, well, I'm an alcoholic. You have to be aware of the condition, of the problem, the block to the awareness of love's presence, in order to move through a process of letting it go. So that's step one, and then there's a 12-step program. Without step one, that awareness and acknowledgement, then there's no hope of healing, is there? So it's the same thing with the Course. Okay, I'm aware, I'm in fear. Okay, so that's not what I want. That's a sick mind. That's an unhealthy mind. Okay, so I'm aware of that, and now I can correct it. So most spiritual techniques work on step one. They increase awareness. Any good spiritual technique will increase your awareness of your mind and your thoughts and your emotions, what's going on. Step two is often they don't do that because they don't understand radical forgiveness. So they might say, well, awareness is enough. You might have heard that teaching. Well, all you have to do is be aware. No, it's step one, because you can be aware of fear. And if you continue being aware of the fear and you allow the fear to stay, then it's not helping you much, is it? In fact, it's a very, very horrible place to be, which is why most people don't want to cultivate that kind of awareness. They just want to block it out, because it's not a nice state when you're hyper aware of your negative fearful thoughts and emotion. It's not a pleasant state to be in, is it? So it's about being aware. Number one, we must have the courage to look at it and be aware. And then step two, the courage again to take it on and say, yeah, I have to let this go. I know, as part of my mind knows, which is the remembrance of perfect love of the Holy Spirit, that I must let this go. And I can't make exceptions. If I keep one form of fear, I'm keeping the whole thought system. This is the teaching. So I keep a minor irritation. I'm maintaining the entire system in my mind there, because I'm blocking pure formless awareness of perfect love in my mind. And so it's very, non-dual, saying it's this or that. You're either in pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is pure, it's formless, it's just awareness, it's perfect, there's nothing else. So there's absolute, infinite, eternal reality, or you're in a delusion. So we have to recognize, okay, I'm in a delusion, and recognize that most of the time we're in a delusion. We're caught up in forms of fear. Our mind is spinning around in these fearful thoughts, and it doesn't make us happy. So, but at least Yeshua's giving us the way out. He's saying, okay, we'll be aware of all these thoughts, whatever's coming up, and then choose to let them go. No matter what it is, no matter how difficult it seems to be, no matter what the trigger is, no matter how justified the form of fear seems to be, you can and must ultimately make the choice to let all those forms go in order to be free. If you hold on to any form of fear, then the block remains in your mind, and the entire ego's thought system is still present in your mind and in your life. So it's an all or nothing deal. Saying it's all encompassing. And initially, you're not going to get it, fully right and let go completely of fear in all of its forms, because that's the practice. That's a lifetime's work. But you can keep working at it as you notice any forms of fear, you let them go straight away, and that becomes then the way you live your life. Your spiritual practice becomes a way of life. And the more you practice it, the better you get at it. Like any practice, you get very skilled at just letting go quickly and easily, and so you don't get stuck in these negative states anymore, because you're aware of them and you let them go very quickly. And so then the ego's got no place to stay within you. It comes, a thought might arise, and then you just let it go immediately, and it just blows through your mind, and there's no sticking. And that's probably the best we can do in a human life. There's a chap called Ramakrishna, who was enlightened being apparently in the East, and one of his followers asked him, well, do you ever get ego thoughts, negative thoughts? He said, actually, yes, I do from time to time, but they come in and they just blow through. So there's no sticking point. They don't stay. And so, as long as we're human and we're getting pinged by the world with all these various external stimuli, yes, these stimuli might cause a reaction. But then you notice it with the mind training. You notice it quickly, immediately, and you become skilled at just letting it go. Okay, just drop that, let it go, just let it arise and pass away, and it's like a river flowing. So these things come and they go, but there's no sticking point. The ego wants to stick like a stagnant puddle in your consciousness. Stick there, and then you get stuck in the puddle, and then it becomes a mood which might last for hours or days, and then the mood can develop into a state, your default state. But you're in a depressed state now, and we know that's just how people get themselves into these really low states. People who've been depressed for years, because it's a mood that just they can't shift it, and their minds can't let go, so they just dwell in this mood, and then it becomes their default state. And of course, the more they stay in it, the more the more the ego gets entrenched in it, and the more difficult it becomes to dislodge it. Okay, so any questions on that? Step 1, step 2. It's a very simple methodology, but very powerful. And the truth is simple, so it doesn't need to be 10 steps. Well, there is actually a 10-step process that I've given you, but that's for a deep dive meditation to really work through some darker, deeper emotions. You can break those 10 down into 2 main steps, which is what I've done here. So you might ask yourself, well, exactly how do I cultivate the awareness that's required for step 1, and then also release the toxic thoughts and emotions in step 2? So the answer is simple. It's spiritual practice. We'll do that for you. That's the purpose of all spiritual practices, is to help you to do step 1 and step 2. If they're good spiritual practices, they will increase your awareness, so you become aware of the ego, and then they should also help you to let go of it, to release those toxic thoughts and emotions that are not helpful. So follow the ideal daily schedule, including these daily emails. It's always in the second part of the email. And it's a bare minimum. If you can't do all of it, focus on these 2 mind training methods. So number 1, listen to the breath breaks and meditations I send you every day to help you practice the mind training exercises in the workbook. And I'm sending you meditations now on the summaries of the lessons. So that is foundational practice that's going to keep you connected to source via the lesson. It's going to keep you topped up. So, I emphasize the importance of the breath breaks, to listen during the day so that you keep yourself topped up with His presence. And then, so number 2, that's sort of, you can do on your own. It's a base level. It's a good foundation. Number 2 would be to join these live calls, because you get a deeper dive. It's at least a couple of hours. If you join for 2 hours of a deep immersion in these teachings, and a deeper understanding and experience can come through it. The more you discuss it and the more you meditate, which is what we do in the sessions as well, then the more, the better you understand these principles, and the better you understand how to apply them. That's really the key. So application is 95% of it. The theory is relatively simple and straightforward, actually. It's the application of it. So that's where the breath breaks, the meditations, and actually, reading and discussing start to help you to really understand and overcome any difficulties you might have with reading the course. So it's it's a support, as you know. I'm preaching to a converted, but for those who are listening on the live stream, join us. That second method is very powerful, and it reinforces the first. Even if it's not every day, but join once or twice a week at least to reinforce the truth that you're learning through mind training method 1. Okay, so any thoughts on that? It's just an outline of how this really the fundamental principles, and then also the practices of how this program is put together. The methodology of it to undo the ego, and it's actually very simple, but it's very, very powerful. So you just need to keep doing it. It's the thing. Very simple, but if you don't do it, and you don't practice the breath breaks and meditations, you don't show up to live calls, then you're not really doing it. Nothing much is shifting. You might think you understood. You have every now and then you dip in, you go, yeah, I get it. But do you live it fully? That's the question. And so the spiritual practice is to help us to live it more fully and completely, moment by moment by moment.
And
So it's self-rewarding. In the moment, you do it and you feel more connected, and you feel more peaceful and more loving and more joyful. Well, that's immediately rewarding. You don't need any kind of long-term outcome. Long-term, you're looking at complete escape, complete letting go of the body and this world, as he talks about in today's lesson. Okay. Any comments or questions on any of that?
No, I was going to say that the more you experience it and you feel it working in your life, the more you, I suppose it's supposed to bring you more into at-one-ment, because you're in this flow of love and communication with others.
Yeah.
But I'm finding a kind of isolation happening, in that it's almost like I become too sensitive again, and then I protect myself by pulling back or being silent or working energetically rather than communicating verbally. And I don't think that's healthy. It's like no one understands me. They're rolling their eyes. Why am I so different? So then you start questioning whether you're doing the right thing. And I think you've got to plod on and get through that phase of feeling separate, but knowing that everyone will eventually go through it in some form or at some time. It's not going to happen to everyone at once.
Yeah. And let's have a long-term perspective. This dream has been going on for a very, very long time. Cosmologists tell us something like 15 billion years. And this might be the, who knows how many iteration of it. We don't know. It's a long, long time. It doesn't really matter, whether it's 15 billion years or a million years. It doesn't really matter, because what matters is right now. Are you able to let it go and find peace right now? That's all that matters.
Yeah. Now is all that I have, so I can only work this moment and not go into fear or regret about the past or fear about the future, just staying in this peaceful, grateful, loving moment.
Which he calls the holy instant. So it's in the wholly aware moment, as we translate it, the now, that I'm wholly aware of the now. I'm there. I'm not thinking about past or future. I'm in this peaceful presence. And if I need thought, he says, if you need a thought, then the Holy Spirit will give it to you. And if you need a word, He'll give it to you. And if you need to act, you can act. And if you just need to be tranquil and have a calm, open mind, then all these things will be given to you. So this deeper presence is in charge. By your request, you've handed everything over and said, it's not me, it's not my will, but thy will be done. And so that's the final outcome of the mind training. He's saying God takes the final step, so He can't train you for that, but He can train you to be increasingly rooted in your presence. So you're already there. Well, if you're already there, the last step is easy, isn't it? There's no resistance anymore. You're already in pure formless awareness of perfect love. So that awareness and your awareness eventually just merge completely, and there's no distinction, there's no difference between those awarenesses. and then you're free. When your awareness and pure formless awareness of perfect love are one, then you're completely free. You return to source. There's no sense of any separate identity. Just pure formless awareness of perfect love. Okay, so that leads us nicely into the lesson for today. So, you want to read lesson 145 for us. Seeing if you can read the lesson on the screen.
Can't see anything. Frozen again.
Can you read it?
No, there's nothing on the screen.
Okay, I'll stop my video. Maybe that'll be a bit better.
Okay.
Okay. There's nothing
Awareness.
on the screen. Oh, okay. It's interesting.
Awareness.
Stop the share. Share my screen again. Yeah. My mind or awareness holds only what I think with God. And God is pure formless awareness of perfect love. So my awareness is one with this higher awareness. This is what the lesson's saying. I am that awareness. I am that I am. And only what comes from that awareness can I think.
Okay, it's arrived.
So it's quite a to maintain it. It's quite. Yeah, sorry, it took a while. It's connection. So have this awareness, continuously. Okay, I'm only thinking with pure formless awareness. These thoughts need to be, connected to pure formless awareness of perfect love. And to be aware of thoughts that are not connected, that are disconnected from pure formless awareness of perfect love. Well, that's the discernment. That's the mind training. What's coming from this deeper awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and what's not. We have to learn to distinguish between those two different thought systems and distinguish thoughts coming from the one versus thoughts coming from the other. If we can tell the difference, then we have. But most, they think that they're normal sort of modus operandi, these kinds of thoughts, the fearful thoughts, and most people they think that's normal. And that's just how it is. They're not aware that this is fearful and that this is totally false and incorrect. And they're living in a false world because of it. It's only with a teaching like this that you learn to come into this higher awareness and understand, yes, I'm living in a dream world here. And I must watch my thoughts, because it's my thoughts that imprison me in the dream world, or my thoughts that will set me free. Okay, so I'm going to read the two review ideas for today.
beyond this world.
Hmm.
Beyond this world, there is a world I want. And it is impossible to see or perceive two worlds.
Yeah, so any thoughts on those two lessons combined?
You can't see, you can't be in the two worlds. You have to make a choice. And it's this pure formless awareness of perfect love is the world I want.
Hmm. We can't actually perceive both worlds simultaneously. This is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Because they're mutually exclusive. So if you perceive this world of form and you give it reality, then you block pure formless awareness, perfect love. If you perceive the real world, you're perceiving from pure formless awareness of perfect love. That awareness is permeating your entire awareness. And you no longer see the same world. You no longer see the ego's world of separation, although your physical senses might still be operational. Your perception is very different. You're perceiving the real world, which is a reflection of heaven, pure formless awareness of perfect love in this world. Okay, so any other thoughts on that, on those two ideas?
Yeah, they're constantly vying for this position. So one has to be aware.
Yeah, awareness is key because you have a choice apparently in this world. That's duality, and so the the world of illusion seems to be the dominant world. That's what we literally jacked into the matrix. We're born into this prison for our minds, and to free yourself requires a lot of vigilance. Be aware of that enslavement and the mind programming. And then consciously let it go. When we see that it's just a program running and it's not really helpful, then we choose to let it go and restore our minds into the deeper, pure formless awareness of perfect love. It was absolutely wonderful by comparison with the ego's world. So how you know which world you're in is the level of peace that you experience. That's the yesterday he talks about the conditions of peace. You know that you're in truth when you experience peace, and if your peace is disturbed, then you know that you're in the other world. That's how you know. So we need to become very aware of the disturbances to our peace. You notice any disturbance, that's the canary in the gold mine saying, oh, there's a problem here. Be aware of it. Address it. Don't just, dismiss that and go, oh, well, whatever. That's just how life is. Some people just think being irritated, being fearful, anxious is normal. Saying, no, you must recognize that this is not normal. This is dysfunctional, and that you're not going to tolerate it anymore. So it's the zero tolerance policy for the ego. I notice it and I let it go, moment by moment. And that is the holy the wholly aware moment, moment by moment by moment, the now continues. And this eternal, unbroken stream of moments, which is just the now. That extends forever. And it's always just been that moment. It's quite mind-boggling, isn't it? It's always just been the present moment. It's such a simple, obvious truth, but it's one that the ego's obscured. There's never been anything other than the now. Past and future are just mental conceptions, constructs in the mind. Truth is, there is only now, and it's always now. It's now again, now, and again, now. And so the now is continuous. The wholly aware moment is continuous. But will I enter into the now? Will I surrender to that and allow myself to be fully in the now? Or will I take myself out of the now and go time traveling and start thinking about the past or the future? Which is the tendency of the ego, as we know. Not to be rooted in the now, to go into the past or future. And in the now, we come into the awareness of the real world. So it's the only time that we can come into that awareness. We look at the timeline of consciousness. It's that tip, the tip of the blue arrow. That's the holy instant, or the holy aware moment. I come into that, I connect with that. That becomes the portal into pure formless awareness of perfect love. You want to strengthen that. So this arrow becomes wider and wider. So eventually it's as wide as the whole blue circle. So it's taken you fully back in to knowledge or being. And that instant, the moment, is the portal to it. The ego is always trying to cover over that moment. Say, no, we'll bring in the past conditioning. So now you've got various grievances, resentments coming in from the past. Those, in turn, seem to create expectations of a future that's going to be similar or worse. And so all of that thought about the past and the future cover over that holy instant, the single moment, in which there is no thought about past or future. And in that moment, we go back. In that moment, if we're wholly aware, we are aware of our awareness. We are in pure formless awareness of perfect love in that moment. And it feels very peaceful and very blissful, doesn't it? And then if we need a thought, the genius of the Holy Spirit, which is just a remembrance of the source, is that it can download to us whatever we need. So he says in the final workbook lesson, if I need a thought, I'll be given a thought. If I need a word, that will I also have. If I just need stillness and a tranquil, open mind, these are the gifts I will receive. Okay, so the background on the holy instant and just diving deeper through these quotes into that and the truth. Any other thoughts? They're very simple ideas, but what I love about the course is each idea opens you up into a much bigger experience, doesn't it? It's a simple idea, but it's like a portal into truth, if you allow it to be. Which is why it's practicing daily and hourly is really helpful, because each time you do that, it's a little portal into this. You are going for a little visit away, transcending time and space, and going into this awareness, which is knowledge or being. And experiencing that. Okay, so any other thoughts on the lesson?
No, other than it's becoming very apparent that being in the now is very pertinent.
It's how you actually live this teaching. So some people struggle, they'll see lessons like this, and so beyond this world, there is a world I want. Okay, so how much does that help me? I've still got to live in this world. I've got stuff to do in this world. I've got responsibilities. It's impossible to perceive two worlds. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm here. So the way that you actually start to live these teachings is in the now, in the moment. They start to make sense. Okay, beyond this world, there is a world I want. So I'm connected to this deeper awareness, in other words, even while I operate in this world. I'm just aware of that. I'm aware of that awareness. And I can only be aware of that awareness in the moment. So when our minds are calm and clear and we feel guided and we're in the flow, that's then we're in the real world. And we are perceiving correctly. We're perceiving the real world, the world reinterpreted by the Holy Spirit, rather than the false world of the ego, the world of separation. So when we're in the now, we're in this higher awareness, and we are perceiving only the one world, the real world, which is a reflection of heaven, pure formless awareness of perfect love. The real world points to heaven. It's the heaven coming into this dimension. Remember, heaven is just at the top level. It's the same as level one, same as God, Father, oneness, eternity, the now, pure formless awareness of perfect love. These are all different terms for this top level awareness. Okay, so speaking of top level awareness, should we go into that in a meditation?
Sure.
All right, so just make yourself comfortable. Okay, so making yourself comfortable, sitting with your feet shoulder width apart, back straight. You cup your hands in your lap, you close your eyes, and start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises, chest rises, and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Maximal inhale breath, squeeze the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. You can put one hand on your heart center to connect with your heart space. Breathe into that, so it's a full maximal inhale breath. Drawing the energy up the spine, clench the sphincter muscle to lock it in. Draw it up into your heart center, into the crown of your head. pausing at the top of the inhale. Observe any thoughts, any emotions, any latent body sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. Just breathe into that as you breathe in. Notice all those thoughts, notice the emotions, notice how they show up in the body. So often emotion shows up as a physical emotion. Ego shows up as a physical sensation in the body. So if you're aware of any blocks, any negativity, any tension, anything at all in the body, just breathe in. Breathing in pure formless awareness of perfect love into that area. If there's any disturbance to your deepest peace, you notice a little fluctuation on that. And let it go. Now, your breath, so exhale. Just exhaling, blowing it all out. The breeze of your breath. And the nothingness that it really is. So it's going, gone. From the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. Remind yourself that my mind or awareness holds only what I think was God. My awareness holds only what I think was pure, formless awareness. Beyond this world, there is a world I want. Say that to yourself. Invite this other world, the world of reality, the world of truth, to arise now in your mind, in the holy instant, this holy aware moment. Just be in the moment. In this moment, it's impossible to perceive two worlds. You're in one or the other. You're either in the real world or the false world. So just sink into the real world. Breathing in, breathing out through the nose. Let the breath just root you into the moment. So there's no extraneous thought. There's really no need to think about anything else. In this moment, there's no past, there's no future. Breathe, relax, be still, and sink inwards, just going deeper and deeper into your mind through this portal that the present moment presents. The present moment is. Deeper into your mind, into your deepest awareness, where you know that you are one with God, one with pure formless awareness of perfect love. nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still. Breathing it out through the nose. That helps you stay connected to the present moment. Some deep, peaceful presence. And just surrender to that. Just go deeper and deeper into that. With each passing breath, slip away and allow yourself to go there. Any thoughts come up, seemingly disturb this deep peace, stillness, just remind yourself that my mind holds only what I think with God. My awareness holds only what I think with pure formless awareness of perfect love. So I can let these things go, recognizing that there is a world I want beyond this one. Beyond this world, there is a world I want. When I truly let go, I am letting go of that. And so just breathe in the truth of your own light, your pure formless awareness of perfect love. That helps you can imagine every cell, every muscle, every part of your body, every fiber of your mind, every part of your being is and just rest in this deep being, peace of God, it's been called, it surpasses all understanding. Just sink in, exhale, release any dark thoughts and emotions, blowing them away like dark clouds leaving you. They're going, gone. Pull the low stomach into the spine, expel all of it out. And once it's all gone, what's left is just pure formless awareness, perfect love. This is the ground of being, it's primordial awareness. Way before time, all the ego has ever invented. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. nothing else to think about. Just surrender into this pure formless awareness of perfect love for a couple of minutes of deep contemplative silence. So just gently coming back in this deep connected state. And you just bring some awareness back into the body and the breath, senses, and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale, smile, scan your mind. Notice thoughts, emotions, any related body sensations. It's all peaceful, calm, smooth, and just appreciate it. This pure formless awareness, the perfect love being experienced. But if there's anything disturbing at all, just notice it and blow it away. So just exhale out through your mouth and just release it, like blowing away on these dark clouds with the breeze of your breath. Notice how the air flows out of your mouth, chest and stomach suck back in. And you just remain rooted in this deeper awareness. Count to 2. Notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair and your feet touching the ground. Notice what you're feeling. Your hands touching, maybe some subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. Breathing in, notice you're tasting, notice what you're hearing. Noticing all these things from this very, very still, calm, and surrendered state of mind. State of mind without illusions. Stay anchored in that state. We'll use today's lesson as review lessons to remind you frequently. Just top yourself up every hour. Maybe you want to practice this one more time before bed, using a short breath break or one of the longer meditations I've sent you. And that should keep you in this deeper awareness, in pure formless awareness, perfect love, connected and awake in the present moment, in the holy instant, as the Course calls it. So it is said, and so it is done. And on the count of 3 now, you're going to open your eyes. So just take a minute to look around, noticing thoughts. It's all just peaceful there, but if there's anything that's coming in, just let it go. Reminding yourself that my mind or awareness holds only what I think with God, with pure formless awareness of perfect love in this moment. So I choose that and that alone, that awareness. And notice as you look around that awareness is everywhere. That's what underlies all of your perceptions. Is this peaceful, calm awareness underlies your perception of every object in the room. So whichever object you look at, just pick one for a few seconds. Notice this peaceful awareness underlies it, and then look at another one, notice the more peaceful awareness. It's the same peaceful awareness. And so you stay rooted in peaceful awareness. And this peaceful awareness, loving awareness guides you through the life. You need words. You'll be given words. You need thoughts. You'll be given thoughts. If you need actions, you'll take actions. And maybe you just need to be quiet, tranquil, open mind. These are the gifts that the Holy Spirit gives to us. This is the final outcome of the mind training. The last 5 lessons of the workbook, training us to remain in this state. So that brings us to the end of meditation. So stay rooted in this presence the rest of the evening on into your weekend. Now we're going to do a bit of text if you're up for that, Christine. Would you like to do a few paragraphs of the text?
Yes, just a few.
Okay. So, all right.
There was a lot of yawning and tears flowing out of my eyes at the beginning of that meditation.
So,
Shifting happening. Okay.
all right.
Um,
Okay.
yeah.
Pretty tired. Okay. So this is new chapter 18. The chapter is called The Passing of the Dream.
Of the dream, the substitute reality.
And it's section 1, which is called the substitute reality. So let's see what Yeshua has to say about the substitute reality. So
Hello, John.
Hello, Christine. How are you?
I had to admit you because John has got audio problems. He's just
Ah, right. Okay.
spun out, but he's about to start reading the text. So he
Okay.
arrived just in time, and I'm fading, so I might read one or two.
Okay.
I'll go
Yeah.
if he comes back.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That sounds fine. How are you otherwise?
I'm fine. I'm doing very well. I'm in a nice, peaceful state. And despite holidays, children all around me, I'm managing to stay calm and present.
Good. Oh, good, 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 good. Excellent. What is that behind your head, Christine? It looks like a sort of diagram of some sort.
Yes, it's a part of a body. It's all the points that we use in life alignment.
Ah,
On
right.
the head, on the torso, side view, top view of the head.
Yeah.
Just talk to the organs and the systems of the body as we do the emotional release. Because all emotional issues and trauma issues are stored in the body. So
Yeah.
as we touch various points, this is trauma point, shock. It's a complex system.
Yeah.
And there are millions, not millions, but at least 800 points to memorize as a practitioner working on the client's body.
Okay.
She's back.
Yes, he's coming on board.
But he's going to keep his visual off because that seems to consume a lot of broadband, so hopefully you can hear us now, and then you can join us. Otherwise, we'll have to just call it a deal. Quit.
Yeah.
I'm the host again. He's obviously struggling to connect. Must have seen that you're here. I'll write him a message saying that John has joined. Do we wait for you? So how have you been? And Sue?
Yeah, I've been well. Actually, we just got back from walking around Mont Blanc.
Oh, in Italy.
Yes, in Italy and in France. Yeah,
Lovely.
yeah, it was. It's fabulous. Yeah.
And tired? Are you exhausted or are you
I am.
stimulated?
I am tired. I am tired. Yeah. We got back late last night.
Yeah. Maybe we do 2 paragraphs each and then call it a day, especially with Jono's troubles.
Yeah, could do. I'm happy. Jono, hi.
Hello.
Yeah. Well, yeah. How are you, John?
Yeah. I was just saying to Christine, I'm good. I'm good.
Welcome back to the Zoom room.
Yes. Thanks. Yeah, we had 6 days walking around around Mont Blanc, and actually, with it being kind of quite high, it's kind of like 2,500 meters, and the blossom and the wildflowers in Italy were just fantastic. But the pollen rate was so high. I think we're all suffering from hay fever.
How was your walking?
Yeah, the walking was really good. Yeah.
Were you in high altitudes or did you keep to the
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was 2,500 feet, meters. So I don't know. Do you do meters or feet, Christine?
both? When I'm living in Switzerland, I'm in meters.
Okay.
And South Africa is also meters.
Oh, right. Okay. So 2,500 meters. Yeah.
Yes, I did a lot of skiing in that area.
Yes. Ah, okay.
My son did a lot of skiing in France. And yeah, we had 5 years in Switzerland and it was incredible. It sort of expands your horizons of
Yeah.
what the world is about.
Did you ski around Mont Blanc?
No, more in Austria and Switzerland
Oh, yeah.
and the Alps. And it was great. I mean,
Yeah.
I was late 40s, 50s. It was around about 1990.
Okay.
So 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Short time flies.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Time flies. Jono seemed quite tired tonight too. I don't think he's up for a session.
Oh, is he? Right. Okay.
There's a voice message there.
Yeah, comfortable
the meditation. We've done the meditation already,
Okay.
so it's just text. But he's really battling to come back on. He's renting a house in the UK, back in the UK, and ever since he's been there, he's had very bad reception.
Oh, right.
Particularly bad today, so he hasn't been able to sort it out. And he's been using the data on his phone, I think, to stay connected. But this is the long. So you're suffering from allergies from the pollen?
I am, yeah. I've got a blocked nose, sinuses, and a bit of a cough.
Should take some antihistamine.
I haven't as yet. No, I took some night nurse last night. But... Hi, John.
So, John, how long do you have? I could potentially go somewhere else. It'll take me, I don't know, 20 minutes or something to get set up there. Are you up for a long session, or you just here for?
I'm kind of suffering with a bit of hay fever and something. So I can do a session, but I don't know how long I'll last for.
Maybe how long you'll last?
Yeah, maybe an hour.
Maybe an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just see. I'm hoping this will be. It was okay for an hour or two, but when just before you came in, it dropped out. So all we can do is hope and pray. So I thought I'd give it a go. I've been going somewhere else, but just reasonably stable this afternoon. So okay, well maybe I can do this. All right. So shall we have a look at the lesson today? Let's share my screen again. Okay, so share screen. So this one is called the new chapter. Chapter is called The Passing of the Dream. And the section is called The Substitute Reality. So do you want to read that, John?
Yeah. To substitute is to accept instead. If you would but consider exactly what this entails, you would perceive at once how much at variance this is with the goal the Holy Spirit has given you and would accomplish for you. If you would only consider exactly what this entails, you would perceive at once how much at variance this is with the goal the remembrance of perfect love has given me and would accomplish for me. I would consider, yes.
I would only consider exactly what this entails. I would perceive at once how much at variance this is with the goal the remembrance of perfect love has given me and would accomplish for me. Okay.
The substitute is to
very clear.
Yeah. To substitute is to choose between, renouncing one aspect of the sonship in favor of the other. To substitute is to choose between, renouncing one aspect of the extension in favor of the other. For this special purpose, one is judged more valuable and the other is replaced by him. For this special purpose, one person is judged more valuable and another is replaced by him. The relationship in which the substitution occurred is thus fragmented and its purpose split accordingly. The relationship in which the substitution occurred is thus fragmented and its purpose split accordingly. To fragment is to exclude, and substitution is the strongest defense the ego has for separation. To fragment is to exclude, and substitution is the strongest defense the belief in separation has for separation. Or my belief in separation has for separation. So he's saying here that if we could only understand what
relationships is fragmented. Yeah.
What he's saying here is that if we could just
Carry on, John.
Okay. Yeah, I've got to the end of that one.
Yeah. So do you want to summarize it?
Yeah. So what he's saying here is that if we could only see clearly how we are substituting illusion for what is real, we would stop. We would understand that we are fragmenting everything we see and our relations by substituting one person for another, etc., and reinforcing our belief in separation.
Yeah. So whenever you think one person is going to serve a better purpose than another, there's a separation there.
Yeah.
And you notice the tendency of the ego, particularly he's talking about the the special relationship here. Particularly in that context, one person that the mind likes to focus on is judged better than another. In the context of the previous discussions in the last chapter, it's saying, well, what we do is we substitute. There's especially we have a special relationship, and then the ego says, no, you need someone else because this one's not working. And so you substitute one person for another in the hope that that's going to work, and that's going to actually make you happy. But actually, you're ignoring the fundamental problem, which is in your own mind. It's a separation in your own mind. It's not going to be solved by substituting one person on the level of form for another. Because as he points out, that's fragmentation and exclusion, which is part of separation. Strongest defense for separation the ego has.
Yes.
Okay, so any other thoughts on that?
No, I think that one's fine.
We need to watch out for the tendency to do. Particularly special relationships, but remember ego is the substitution for the truth. So its nature is to substitute reality. It's gonna try and cover over reality and substitute true reality with something else. Okay, so happy to move to number 2.
Yeah.
Let me just sorry, stop the recording. Okay, number 2.
The remembrance of oneness never
Yes.
uses substitution.
You can read
The
that
Holy
one
Spirit,
in the original and alternative, sentence by sentence.
the Holy Spirit never uses substitutes. The
No,
remembrance-
Christine. John, Christine was going to read.
Oh, sorry. Okay, fine. Yep.
Can you
very
not
good.
hear me?
No, I didn't actually.
You're welcome to go ahead.
No. You do it, Christine.
John, can you not hear me?
And
Can, can Christine read?
yeah, I didn't hear that bit.
Okay, the Holy Spirit never uses substitutes. The remembrance of oneness never uses substitutes.
Okay, sorry, it must be because of my connection.
Number 2, where the ego perceives one person as a replacement for another, the Holy Spirit sees them joined and indivisible. Where the belief in separation perceives one person as a replacement for another, remembrance of oneness sees them joined and indivisible. He does not judge between them, knowing they are one.
No, make that perfect love, just so we
Perfect
consistent.
love does not judge between them, knowing they are one. Number 4, being united, they are one because they are the same. And it's the same in the alternative. Substitution, also substitution is clearly a process in which they are perceived as different. And number 6, one would unite, the other would separate. Number 7, nothing can come between God is joined and what the Holy Spirit sees as one. Nothing can come between what pure formless awareness of perfect oneness has joined and what the remembrance of oneness sees as one. But everything seems to come between the fragmented relationships and the belief in separation sponsors to destroy.
Okay, so what's he saying there in summary?
So again, it's this remembrance of perfect love versus the belief in separation. So the positive is that the remembrance of perfect love sees no substitutes and perceives them all as joined and indivisible, knowing they are one, united, they are the same, and nothing can come between what pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined and what the remembrance of perfect love perceived as one. But everything seems to come between the fragmented relationships of the belief in separation.
Oh.
So the choice is very clear.
Yeah. Pretty simple, really. You just have to be aware. Be aware of the tendency of the ego to want to substitute one for another. Oh, this isn't working, so I'll trade it in and get something else. And we do that in relationships. And it's saying, that's not what the remembrance of perfect love will do. Remembrance of perfect love perceives them joined and indivisible. Well, there's only one, really one of us here. So there can't really be any difference in separation. So substituting within the remembrance of perfect love's thought system is pointless because it's all the same. So why would you substitute if it's all the same? But the ego tells you, no, one person is different from another. So one person hasn't met your expectations. Well, trade them in and find another relationship that will, and substitute. And he's saying this is a defense against the truth perfect oneness.
Yep. Very true.
Okay, is that clear? Very good. And move on to number 3 then. All right. So, oh, no, we don't want to do that. Close conflict to you. We definitely don't want to do that. Okay. Sean, you want to go?
So the one emotion in which substitution is
Number
impossible.
3.
The one emotion in which substitution is impossible is love. Fear involves substitution by definition, for it is love's replacement. Fear is both a fragmented and fragmenting emotion.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
I don't think it's working tonight.
No.
8:30. I said I would stay till about 8:30, so I think I'm going to pull out.
Okay, Christine.
Good night.
No. Yeah.
You persevere. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Apologies, I'm back.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, John.
Yeah.
Host disabled participant screen sharing. Oh, great. No, I can't share my screen. Are you the host? Have you become the host? Just check.
I've got one participant can
Not
share.
letting me share my screen.
Oh, hang on.
Amazing. You go share screen.
Yeah.
Multiple. Can you just make me the host? That might be the best thing.
How do I do that, John?
So if you click on my name, it should say make host. Can you do that?
Hang on, let's have a look.
There's a little drop-down box next to my name with the three dots. If you click on that, it should say make
Oh, right,
host.
okay.
Otherwise, the other way would be to go. Can you do that?
If I click on participants, I've got invite and copy invite link.
I'm still not the host. I don't know what it's done.
Oh, hang on. I've got you.
Yeah.
I've got you. I've got a red star against you. Make host. There you go. There.
Reclaim host. Hang on. I can do it. I can do it. I think. Okay. There. I'm not going to ask you to be able to do it. All right. Share screen. All right. Let's hope we don't get disturbed again. Anyway, we'll just carry on. Christine's gone. She obviously had enough.
Yeah.
So number 3, the one emotion in which substitution is impossible. We're started with the first sentence, I think.
The one emotion in which substitution is impossible is love.
We carry on.
Yeah. The one emotion in which substitution is impossible is love. Fear involves substitution by definition, for it is love's replacement. Fear is both a fragmented and fragmenting emotion. It seems to take many forms, and each one seems to require a different form of acting out for satisfaction. While this appears to introduce quite variable behavior, a far more serious effect lies in the fragmented perception from which the behavior stems. Whilst this appears to introduce quite variable behavior, a far more serious effect lies in the fragmented perception from which this behavior stems. No one is seen complete. The body is emphasized with special emphasis on certain parts and used as the standard for comparison of acceptance or rejection for acting out a special form of fear. So no one is perceived as complete. The body is emphasized with special emphasis on certain parts and is used as the standard for comparison of acceptance or rejection for acting out a special form of fear.
So what's he saying here in summary?
So he's saying here that with love, there is no possibility of substitution. It is completely unified. Fear involves the intricate use of substitution in an attempt to substitute love. But it is fragmented, and although it takes many forms, it always produces further fragmentation and separation.
Just going to personalize these last couple. I think could be make it more impactful. So in substitution, when I substitute one person for another, I perceive no one as complete. My separate self emphasizes the body with special emphasis on certain parts. So we know how that works in the ego's world, especially with special relationships, with the sexual attraction. Some part seems to be much more valuable than another, doesn't it? In this illusory body identity, special emphasis on certain parts, and is used as a standard for comparison, acceptance or rejection, for acting out a special form of fear. So we focus on the body, we accept or reject someone because of their body is better than another. So, I'll substitute the one for the other, thinking that this will offer me something more. In classic, the delusion that people do, is the guy is having a midlife crisis. He says, well, my existing wife doesn't really cut it anymore, so I trade her in for a younger model who's got nicer parts, nicer body parts, younger parts, this is actually just substitution and acceptance or rejection, acting out a special form of fear. So what does he mean there? He uses a standard for comparison of acceptance or rejection. Okay, so that's a standard comparison of the body. And it's for the purpose of acting out a special form of fear. Maybe we should just say for the purpose of.
And what is a special form of fear? Fear of what?
Really just highlighting how the ego, does it in relationships.
And what is the fear?
Acting out a special, yeah. So in this case, the special form of fear is separating. Remember, fear is any form of separation. He uses fear as a placeholder of the ego's thought system of separation. So it's any form of separation. And so really what we're doing by substituting, so that's the special form of fear he's talking about, is we're denying love. Sorry, John. It's very, very annoying this, but anyway, just another forgiveness lesson. Just keep getting knocked out.
Yeah.
So I've been going down the road because it was reasonably stable this afternoon. So I thought, okay, well, let's give it a go, but evidently not. Yeah, so let's go back. So number 4 we're on. Happy to move on to number 4.
Yeah. You who believe that God is fear made but one substitution. I who believe that pure formless awareness of perfect love is fear made only one substitution. It has taken many forms because it was a substitution of illusion for truth, of fragmentation for wholeness. It has become so splintered and subdivided and divided again over and over that it is now almost impossible for me to perceive it once how it once was, and still what it is. That one error which brought truth to illusion. That one error which brought truth to illusion, infinity to time, and life to death, was all you ever made, was all I ever made. My whole world rests upon it. Everything I perceive reflects it.
Sorry. Carry on, John.
Yeah.
And one error.
That what else could come of it? Its fragmented aspects are fearful enough as I begin to look at them. But nothing I have seen begins to show me the enormity of the original error, which seemed to cast me out of heaven.
Where are you?
Okay. Okay. Number 4, that one error. That one error was
Number
brought.
4.
Yeah.
Where do you go now? You've gone to number 5. Okay.
No.
So should we finish number 4 first?
Yeah.
Let's just finish number 4.
Yeah. That one error, which brought truth to illusion, infinity to time, and life to death, was all I ever made. My whole world rests upon it. Everything I perceive reflects it, and every special relationship that I have ever made is part of it.
Now, so what's he saying here in summary? Paragraph 4.
It's saying I made what I made one crucial error, and only one. It has taken many forms, but it has splintered and divided up many times over. But that one error was all I ever made, and my whole world rests upon this. Everything I perceive as a result, and every relationship I have is a special relationship as a consequence. And that's what I've made up.
So the special relationship is just part of the fragmentation from wholeness into all these separate parts, and then we substitute one part for another, and all that does is confirm the idea of separation. That separation is true. So you substitute one special person for another, you're playing in separation and forgetting that really there's just one. There's only one of us here. So there really is no separation or distinction between people. Every special relationship that I ever made is part of it. So we're born into this. We're born into special relationships. We're born into bodies in apparent biological families. So, certain people are more special to us than others. But that's all part of the system of the ego, the thought system of separation, which he's asking us now to recognize and transcend. Okay. Anything else in that one?
No, I think that's okay.
Oh, so he's looking it back to the top level of the split, and saying every special relationship down here, you believe you're a human being in special relationships with other people, living this fairly little life, is just a reflection of the split, the high level belief in separation. It's all part of the acting out of separation. When you substitute one person for another, that's all part of the thought system of separation, which you must still believe in, because you're still trying to seemingly get something from separation by doing the substitution. So he always relates it, or whatever level. So we're talking about the human level here, special relationships. He always relates it to the top level, doesn't it? Says, well, actually, from the top level, this is what's happening. You're just perpetuating the illusion of separation.
Yeah.
Rather than healing it. So always relating it back to the central theme, the central principles, which is oneness versus separation. That's all that's really going on. Okay, happy to move to number 5.
Yeah. You may be surprised to hear how very different is reality from what you see. You may be surprised to hear how very different reality is from what you perceive.
Remember, we personalizing it, first person.
Oh, yeah. I may be surprised to hear how very different reality is from what I perceive. I do not realize the magnitude of that one error. It was so vast and so completely incredible that from it a world of total unreality had to emerge.
Yeah.
What
So
else?
this is really, quite significant in the text, because he's actually talking about the tiny mad idea.
Yeah.
It's one error. And it's so incredible that we could make an error of such magnitude, actually deny our source, deny who we are. But what could we expect but a world of total unreality to emerge? And so if we put that into a diagram, that one error of separation leads to this world of unreality based on all these false thoughts emerging. So you can see where this diagram comes from if you read the text, because it's all in the text.
Yeah.
What else could come of it? Well, we carry on.
It was so vast and so completely incredible that a world of total unreality had to emerge from it. What else could come of it? Its fragmented aspects are fearful enough as I begin to look at them.
Let's just rearrange that, put that beginning, I think. Yeah.
I do not realize the magnitude of that one error. It was so vast and so completely incredible that a world of total unreality had to emerge from it. What else could come of it? As I begin to look at them, its fragmented aspects are fearful enough. But nothing I have seen begins to show me the enormity of the original error, which seemed to cast
me out of heaven, which is the state of pure formless awareness. Carry on.
So, but nothing I have seen begins to show me the enormity of the original error, which seemed to cast me out of the state of pure formless awareness, to shatter knowledge into meaninglessness, bits of disunited perceptions, and to force me to make further substitutes.
Oh, so it's talking about, the original split, the tiny mad idea. It seemed to shatter heaven. This idea seemed to cast us out of pure formless awareness, of perfect love, and into this hellish, illusory reality that the ego has invented for us, where we have meaningless bits of disunited perceptions. So we're trying to make sense of a world that is completely fragmented and disunited. And he's saying this is ultimately meaningless because it's all part of a false world based on a false belief. So, and then we're forced to make further substitutions in order to try and find some happiness. We're not happy. And so we go, well, this hasn't worked. In the instance he talked about, this special relationship hasn't worked. So let me substitute this one for another one. And we think that's going to work, but we don't understand that that's just part of the thought system of separation. So how can separation heal separation? It can't. The only thing that's going to heal it is unity. Seeing that actually it doesn't really matter what special relationships we have and what we substitute for what. The only thing that's going to heal us is the love of God, which is pure formless awareness, a perfect love in our translated language. That's the only thing. So we don't engage in substitutions then. We do the one thing that we can do, the only sane thing we can do, which is to substitute the ego for the Holy Spirit. Say, okay, the ego in its entirety, the idea of separation has to go, and I need to substitute that idea and that whole thought system with the idea of oneness and the thought system of the Holy Spirit. That's the substitution we have to make. That's forgiveness or letting go. Because you let go of the one, and then the other is invited in and remains. Does that make sense? It's saying don't try substituting at the bottom level here, because it's not going to work. The only substitution that's going to work is substituting the thought of separation with the thought of oneness. and do that whenever you're perceiving any of these effects of separation. You do that substitution. So no, this isn't true. Only oneness is true. That substitution process is the essence of what forgiveness or letting go is. You must let go of the one in order to embrace the other. That makes sense? John? I think you're nodding off.
I am actually, yeah.
Yeah. It's been a long week.
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to do one or two more and then call it a
Yeah.
night?
Yeah. That's probably good. Yeah.
Okay. It's a good section. This actually, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
It's probably why the ego is interfering so much.
Yeah.
Keep getting knocked out, and
Yeah.
anyway, we persevere. We've got through 5, so let's see if we can do 7 or 8, shall we? So that was the first projection of error outward.
The world arose to hide it and became the screen on which it was projected and drawn before myself and the truth. Between me and the truth. For truth extends inward, where the idea of loss is meaningless and only increase is conceivable. Do I really think it's strange that a world in which everything is backwards and upside down arose from this projection of error? It was inevitable. For truth brought to this could only remain within quiet and take no part at all in the mad projection. This world was made.
Let's just cover that over. By which this world was made. So you see, he's telling us here exactly how this all happened. It's actually quite a key section, isn't it?
It is.
He's telling us here the tiny mad idea, the projection of that idea outwards, created this entire illusory universe, and giving us the genesis of the world and the universe, which is every religion and system tries to do, but most of them completely miss the point because they make God somehow responsible. If they're religious, they say God created the heavens and the earth. If they're not and they're scientific, they say, well, it just spontaneously erupted. The scientists cannot understand why the Big Bang happened. They just say, well, we have no idea at that point in this email. This is tomorrow's email. Just working on it. So this chap, David Tong, he's professor of theoretical physics, Cambridge University, not very far from you actually. So he says we don't understand at all how he means the physical universe, started. We don't understand what kicked it all off at time t equals 0. That's a direct quote from a talk that he gave. I listened to the talk and I was like, okay, that's exactly what he said. So he's saying we have no idea what kicked it off, which is extraordinary, isn't it? So they've got this whole science and they're trying to now get some certainty, but they have no idea how it began. Because the idea is metaphysical. It's a philosophical question. Science can't answer that. But Yeshua's given us the truth here. He's told us how it all happened, and it's just a projection of a false thought outwards. That is the genesis of the cosmos. And when I understood this, I was like, oh, finally, someone's actually giving us the truth here.
Yeah.
And just laying it bare and saying this is how it happened. Seemed to happen. We got to understand this to escape. If you think that God created the world and the universe, then you will never escape, because you've created a dualistic God, and this is the God of the ego. You look at our diagram again. Most people believe that this ego consciousness, belief in separation, is actually God. Okay, so this is what created the universe. So they go, well, this is God. This is the universe, or universal mind, or consciousness, whatever you want to call it. And they believe that's the top level. But that's actually the split off from pure formless awareness. So that is the highest level of the illusion, which seems to be the truth. That's now created all of this, this physical universe, and it's a difficult one for most people to conceive that all of it is false. So is that ego consciousness that created the whole universe. Well, how can that be false if it's done so much? If it's created a whole world and a whole universe, how can it be false? And this is what Yeshua's teaching us. Well, it can be, and it is, and we have to accept it as false and reject the entire system based on that tiny mad idea that fragmented our minds and then got projected out. Right? Just that tiny idea of separation is what kicked it all off. Okay, so number 6, do you want to carry on? For truth brought to this.
For truth brought to this could only remain within in quiet, and take no part in all the mad projection by which this world was made. For truth brought to this could only remain within quiet, and take no part in all the mad projection by which this world was made.
Yeah. So he's saying the truth remains within, in the mind, in a quiet place, but it's not part of all the mad projection that has made up this world. I do not call it sin.
I do not call it sin, but rather madness. For such it was, and so it still remains. Do not feel guilty about it, for guilt implies that it was accomplished in reality. And above all, I am not afraid of it.
I must not feel guilty. For guilt implies that it was accomplished in reality. You see, that's the trick of the ego. The ego is telling us that this has really happened. Above all, I'm not afraid of it. And the ego tells us this has really happened, and now because it's really happened, we're guilty of this terrible crime. We've actually destroyed God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness, which is the most heinous crime, which definitely demands punishment. So now we have a false expectation of punishment appearing real from the very God that we think we've destroyed. Doesn't make any sense, because if you've destroyed it, then how can anything punish you? But it's just all in this crazy mind. It makes no sense at all. Logically, if you've destroyed God, then how could God come back and punish you? But that's the ego's fear. But then it creates a false God in its delusion to punish it. So now we have to then have a fearful, wrathful, vengeful God outside of us. And so there's no accident that you know, particularly the Judeo-Christian religions, this is the conception of God, because the ego demands it. A God of fear and vengeance and wrath. And then all this has got projected out into the illusion, and we now live in a world of accusation, blame, complaint, attack of one of these you know, fragmented parts of so-called reality by another. And compared with pure formless awareness of perfect love, it's a nightmare. Okay, John, still with me?
Yeah, just about.
Just about. I can see you struggling.
Yeah.
So, do you want to go for one more paragraph? You okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So when you seem to see some twisted form,
When I seem to see some twisted form, of the original error, risking to frighten me,
rising, yeah.
frighten me, I say only, pure formless awareness, perfect love is not fear, but love, and it will disappear. The truth will awaken you. It has not left you to go out into the mad world and so depart from you. Sanity is inward, insanity is outside. Yet I believe it is the other way. That truth is outside and error and guilt within. My little senseless substitutions, touched with insanity and swirling lightly off on a mad course like creatures dancing insanely in the wind, have no substance. They fuse and merge and separate in shifting and totally meaningless patterns that need not be judged. To judge them individually is pointless. Their tiny differences in form are no real differences at all. None of them matters. That they have in common and nothing else. Yet what else is necessary to make them all the same?
No. So what's he saying there?
He's saying that that when I see all these various points of separation, it's actually a manifestation of fear. It's a bringing into my world of fear.
Hmm.
On the other hand, truth will take me to pure formless awareness, where I will be sustained or supported.
Oh.
And I am not left to wander the world alone, because he, or the Spirit, is always with me.
Hmm. You're saying sanity is inside of us. Sanity is inward. Look at the integral model. He's saying sanity lies here in the interior. This is where we'll find sanity. Outside of us, if we look outside to this mad world of fragmentation and substitution based on a projection of error, we'll never find sanity there. It's insane from its conception. So you can look as hard as you like to try and find sanity there, and you never will. You must turn within, which is why every spiritual path, there's a withdrawal of the mind from the world and a turning within. To go within into the mind, that is still there, the true awareness in which we still know our source. And you move, it's a movement away from the world to go within. And let go of all the substitutions. He's saying all these substitutions. You think of all the things we've tried in this world to make ourselves happy. These are all forms of substitution, aren't they? Oh, this didn't work, so I'll try something else. That's a substitution. Whether it's a person, whether it's a job, whether it's objects, homes, careers, whatever. We substitute one thing for another in the desperate hope that one thing is going to work better than another on this level of form. And he's saying all these substitutions are senseless. They fuse and they merge and they separate in shifting and totally meaningless patterns that need not be judged at all. So you suddenly go, well, none of them are real. It's like leaves dancing in the wind, right? It doesn't really matter which leaf is going where, because it's all the same. It's just an illusion. The tiny differences in form are no real differences at all. The differences in the leaves blowing around is not any real difference. It's all the same. They're leaves, and they're cluttering up the garden. So none of them really matters. This they have in common and nothing else. And what else is necessary to make them all the same? So he's asking us to see very clearly that illusion is illusion, and we see all illusion, everything that comes from this tiny mad idea of separation. Everything in this system, once we go down the ladder and we invent a world, and we've got this world of form with fragmented forms and the various things that go on here, fear, guilt, sin, accusation, blame, attack. All of this is unreal, because the idea that sponsors it, the idea of separation from oneness, is unreal. And that's all he's asking us to perceive. There's one thing in common. They're all based on a false idea, so they must all be false. And that's the only judgment the Holy Spirit helps us to make. It's all false, and therefore the truth remains untouched. The truth is still true. It's there in your deeper awareness, just covered over by all these substitutes for the truth, because that's all they are. This whole thought system of separation and everything that it entails is a substitute for the truth. So don't think that substituting within the substitution for the truth is going to work. You can't substitute at this lower level. One person for another, one object for another, one body for another, one substance for another, one whatever illusion for another illusion, and think that that substitution is going to work. Because the only substitution that's going to work is you've substituted illusion for the truth, so you must now substitute truth for illusion. And that's the reinterpretation of the ego's dream by the Holy Spirit, or awareness of oneness, which is the essence of radical forgiveness, or letting go. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes good sense.
Yeah. So this is this is probably the key section where the metaphysics of this are really made explicit. He does talk about it in a couple of others, but here he's telling us very clearly how this world arose and why substituting and all the things we try and do on the level of form will never work, because it's part of a delusional system, none of which is real and none of which can ever work, because it's all false. So our job is to let it all go entirely, and just the Holy Spirit's judgment is to see that the entire system is false, and that substituting within the system one thing for another is really pointless. It's it's like taking a leaf, to use my previous analogy, if you're sweeping leaves in autumn, and you take one leaf, or one pile of leaves, and you substitute for another, it doesn't really matter, does it? There's no difference. It's all just the same. You've still got leaves cluttering up your garden, your yard. So it's all the same. You really got to just get rid of the leaves. So he's saying get rid of all thoughts of separation that are part of this thought system, and then you will know God. You will know that the truth is still true, and you never departed. The idea of separation never happened. This remains as it is, and as it always has been. But as long as you maintain your awareness in the separate self, in the belief in separation, you won't know that. It's going to be covered over by all of the false thoughts and emotions going on in this delusion. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it for me, John.
You're done.
I'm starting
Yeah,
to.
well done. We got through half of it. There's another 6 paragraphs, I think. 5 paragraphs, which I'll cover on my own. So
Okay. Well done.
Thank you for joining, and
Yeah.
sorry for the interruptions, but anyway, we got through it in the end. And yeah, have a good weekend. Sorry I can't see you on Monday. It would have been nice. But
Yeah. Well, it'll work out.
The car sale fell through, so maybe another time. I might go up to London to get one, or I might get one here. I'll let you know. I was letting go. I was looking forward to the adventure, and then it's like, oh, actually, the car dealer messaged me and said, no, the car is not roadworthy. Sorry, we can't sell it to you. Oh, okay. Well, just as well, I guess. So
At least.
yeah, have a good weekend, and join us on Sunday evening.
Yeah, I will. I should be able.
Yeah.
Okay, John. Good night.
Have a good weekend. Bye. Namaste. All right. So I'm just going to go through the rest of this. Read it, translate it quickly. So let them all go. All these substitutions, dancing in the wind, dipping and turning till they disappear from sight, far, far outside of you, but like leaves in the wind. That's why I use that analogy. So I let them all go. Dancing in the wind, dipping and turning till they disappear. To dance in the wind of change. For a while. Until they disappear from sight. Until they disappear from my perception. Far, far outside of me. And I turn to the stately calm within, where in fully aware stillness. In holy stillness dwells the living God you never left. In innocent stillness, the living God you never left. Innocent stillness, my pure formless awareness of perfect love. And I never left. Dwells in innocent stillness. I turn to the stately calm within, where pure formless awareness of perfect love that I never left, and which never left me, dwells in innocent stillness. Moments of perfect love takes me gently by the hand and retraces with me my mad journey outside myself, bringing me gently back to truth and safely within. Brings all my insane projections and the wild substitutions that I've placed outside of me to the truth. And so it reverses the course of insanity and restores me to reason. Oh, guys, dance in the wind of change for a while until they disappear from my perception far away from me. I turn to the stately calm within, where pure formless was perfect love that I never left. Which I never left and never left me. Dwells in innocent stillness. Moments of perfect love takes me gently by the hand and retraces with me my mad journey outside myself. So we have to go back same way we came. Mad journey down the ladder of separation. And so moments of perfect love, the Holy Spirit reminds us about this journey. We retrace our steps, we realize the errors we've made, we correct them, and in that way we atone. We go back home to oneness. And so that is what reverses the course of insanity. Leads me back into my true mind, back into pure formless awareness of perfect love, and this awareness away from the insanity of the insane projections and the wild substitution are placed outside of me. And so we've projected the error outside of our minds into the dream world. And now it appears to us as time and space and all the people and places and events and circumstances that seem to unfold on the screen, but it's just a screen, 4-dimensional screen of time and 3 dimensions of space, in which all these images are projected as a covering over pure formless awareness of perfect love. So if you think of an analogy of a movie theater, you go in and there's a big blank screen in front of you. And then you sit and you watch that screen for 2 hours. And all these images projected onto the screen, and that's entertaining. But the screen is unaffected. It doesn't matter what happens and how many images are projected. The images can be as beautiful or as frightful, as ugly, or as beautiful as we like. The screen is unaffected. It's not actually in truth affected by any of the images projected on it. So in the same way, our true minds are unaffected by whatever seems to cover them over. So it reverses the course of insanity and restores me to reason. So this is the way, by correcting our errors, restores my mind to reason. I climb back up the ladder of separation, correct the errors that I've made, and coming down the ladder, I let them go and I restore my mind back to its original state of pure formless awareness. Very simple in principle, but the practice of it is that you have to face the illusions squarely on and deny them and realize that they are not true or real. They are just part of this tiny mad idea, this incredible idea that's got blown out of all proportion, projected out and made into this alternate false reality that we now seem to live in and now seems to govern us. And we have to see it correctly and let go of our belief in all those ideas to be free. So that's what he's saying here. Okay, so in your relationship with your brother, so in my relationship with my companion, where it has taken charge of everything. At my request, it has set the course inward to the truth. We share in the mad world outside me. Nothing can be shared but only substituted. And sharing and substituting have nothing in common in reality. So sharing and substituting are opposite. So within myself, my true self, I love my companion with a perfect love. Here is holy ground. Here is wholly aware ground. Change that to here it is. the wholly aware grounded being in which no substitution can enter. And where only the truth in my companion can abide. Here I'm joined in pure formless oneness of perfect love. Here we are. Here we are joined in pure formless oneness of perfect love, as much together as you are with him, as together as we are with it. The original error has not entered here, nor ever will. Here is the radiant truth, to which the remembrance of perfect love is committed. Our relationship. Let it bring it here, where I would have it be. Bring it here where I want it to be. I give it just a little faith in my companion to help show me that no substitute are made for the state of pure formless awareness can keep me from it. So he's saying here that in truth, we can only love. It's perfect unconditional love. In which there's no substitutes. Sharing and substituting have nothing in common in reality. So our relationship is committed to the radiant truth. And let it bring it here where I want it to be. Let me just read this again. So in my relationship with my companion, where it has taken charge of everything at my request, it has set the course inward to the truth we share. in any relationship. In any relationship where it is taking charge of everything. My request, set the course inward to the truth we share. In the mad world outside me, nothing can be shared, but only substituted. And sharing and substituting have nothing in common in reality. So you can't share and substitute at the same time. They're opposites. Within myself, capital self, I love my companion with a perfect love. So let's say it's a perfect. The perfect love means unconditional. Love my companion with a perfect unconditional love. Here is the holy aware ground of being, which no substitution can enter, where only the truth in my companion can abide. And be. Here we are joined in pure formless awareness of perfect love, as much together as we are with it. The original error has not entered here, nor ever will. Here is the radiant truth to which the remembrance of perfect love has committed our relationship. I let it bring it here where I want it to be. I give it just a little faith in my companion to help it show me that no substitute I made for the state of pure formless awareness can keep me from it. So our job is to be in unconditional love. I let the remembrance of perfect love restore my relationship to that state. And no substitute I made for the state of pure formless awareness for heaven and keep me from it. In you, there is no separation and no substitute can keep you from your brother. Number 10, in me, there is no separation and no substitute can keep me from my companion. Reality was God's creation and has no substitute. My reality is pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension. And has no substitute. You're so firmly joined in truth that only God is there. You're also firmly joined in truth that only pure formless awareness of perfect love is there. And he would never accept something else instead of you. And it would never accept something else instead of me instead of us. It loves us both equally and as one. And as it loves us, so are we. We're not joined together in illusions, but in the thought. So holy, so innocent, so pure. And the thought so pure and perfect. Illusions cannot remain to obscure the wholly aware state. Cannot remain to darken the holy place in which you stand together. Illusions cannot remain to obscure the holy place is the innocent. Obscure the innocent state in which you stand together, in which stand together. God is with you, my brother. Pure formless awareness. Perfect love is with me. Let us join in him in peace and gratitude and accept his gift as our most holy and perfect reality, which we share in him. So let us join in it, pure formless awareness, perfect love, in peace and gratitude. Accept its gifts as our most holy and perfect reality, which we share in him as our most pure and perfect reality. Which we share in it. So I'll read from the top. In me, there is no separation and no substitute can keep me from my companion. My reality is pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension and has no substitute. We are so firmly joined in truth that only pure formless awareness of perfect love is there. And it would never accept something else instead of us. Will never accept something else instead of us. It loves us both equally and as one. And as it loves us, so are we. We're not joined together in illusions, but in a thought so pure and perfect that illusions cannot remain to obscure the innocent state in which we stand together. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is with me. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is with me. Let us join in it in peace and gratitude. And accept its gift as our most pure and perfect reality, which we share in it. So what's he saying here? Well, let us join together. Let's unite in pure formless awareness of perfect love. And when we do that, it's there with us. We unite as one in this awareness. We accept its gift as our true reality. And we share in this gift. Really beautiful. So that's the best thing of our relationships, to become holy and one. Heaven is, number 11, heaven is restored to all the sonship through your relationship. For in it lies the sonship, whole and beautiful, safe in your love. State of pure formless awareness is restored to the whole extension. To our relationship. For in it lies the extension, whole and beautiful, safe in our love. So this true holy relationship restores the whole sonship to the Father, to the source. State of pure formless awareness. Heaven is entered quietly, so the state of pure formless awareness is entered quietly, for all illusions have been gently brought to the truth. Yes, and love is shined. Love is shined upon us, blessing our relationship with truth. God and His whole creation have entered it together. Pure formless awareness of perfect love and its whole extension have entered it together. How lovely and how holy, how innocent our relationship is. The truth shining upon it. State of pure formless awareness, behold it. Rejoices that you have let it come to you. So heaven beholds it and rejoices you let it come to you. State of pure formless awareness beholds it and rejoices that I have let it come to me. We have, let's make it weird, we have let it come to us. And God himself is glad that your relationship is as it was created. Pure formless awareness of perfect love itself is glad that our relationship is as it was created, is as it was extended. And so it takes on the same properties as the source. Pure formless awareness of perfect love. The universe within us stands with us together. Universe within me, sorry, stands with me. Universe of truth, let's call it. In me stands with me together with my companion. And the state of pure formless awareness looks with love and what is joined in it, along with its source. So what's he saying here? Let me read it again. The state of pure formless awareness restored to the whole extension through our relationship. For in it lies an extension, whole and beautiful, safe in our love. State of pure formless awareness has entered quietly, for all illusions have been gently brought to the truth in us. And love has shined upon us, blessing our relationship with truth. Pure formless awareness of perfect love and its whole extension have entered it together. How lovely and how innocent our relationship is, with the truth shining upon it. State of pure formless awareness beholds it and rejoices that we have let it come to us. And pure formless awareness of perfect love itself is glad that our relationship is as it was extended. Universe of truth within me stands with me together with my companion. And the state of pure formless awareness looks with love and what is joined in it, along with its source. So heaven enters into our relationship. Truth is there, and we find ourselves living in a very happy reality, miraculous world. So let's carry on. Number 12. whom God is called should hear no substitutes. So, I, whom pure formless awareness of perfect love is called, should hear no substitutes. The call is only an echo of the original error that shattered the state of pure formless awareness. And what became of peace in those who heard. So this original error that shattered heaven. Return with Yeshua to the state of pure formless awareness. So return with me to heaven, he says, I choose to return with Yeshua to the state of pure formless awareness, walking together with my companion out of this world and through another. Through the another, which is the real world, through the real world, to the loveliness and joy this other world holds within it. I really want to keep further weakening and breaking apart what is already broken and hopeless. Is it here that I want to look for happiness? Surely I would prefer to hear what has been broken. Enjoy in making whole what has been ravaged by separation and disease. So let's read it from the top. I, whom pure formless awareness of perfect love has called, should hear no substitutes. Their call is only an echo of the original error that shattered the state of pure formless awareness. And what became of peace in those who heard? Well, peace was shattered as well. I choose to return with Yeshua to the state of pure formless awareness, walking together with my companion out of this world and through the real world, which is the world reinterpreted by the Holy Spirit, to the loveliness and joy this other world holds within it. Do I really want to keep further weakening and breaking apart what is already broken and hopeless? Is it here that I want to look for happiness? Surely I prefer to heal what has been broken and join in making whole what has been ravaged by separation and disease. So what's he saying here is we must hear no substitutes for pure formless awareness of perfect love. The ego's temptations are just an echo of the original error that shattered state of pure formless awareness. But the truth is that nothing was ever really done. So I just choose to return with Yeshua into the state of pure formless awareness with my companion I perceive the world correctly, that's the real world. And I perceive the loveliness and joy that this other world I really want to keep further weakening and breaking apart what is ever broken and hopeless. So if I keep fragmenting and separating and substituting, then it really just means that I'm believing in the thought system of separation and confirming that's what already broken and hopeless is irredeemable. Just confirm that separation is true, and I try and heal it, try and somehow make it better from the perspective of separation. That's never going to work. The only way doing it is to go to unity. Is it here that I want to look for happiness? Surely I prefer to heal what has been broken and join in making whole what has been ravaged by separation and disease. So it's a call to awaken, a call to return to heaven. And we go together with our brothers. So our special partner, companion in a special relationship is on the same path with us, on the same journey. We go together back to God. It's quite a beautiful thought. Okay, so you've been called together with your brother to the most holy function this world contains. So I have been called together with my companion to the most holy aware functions the world contains. Only one that has no limits and reaches out to every broken fragment of the sonship, extension with healing and uniting comfort. This is offered to me in your holy relationship. This is offered to me in my unconditionally loving relationship. Well, that's a nice translation. Might have to do that for the rest. Unconditionally loving or holy. I accept it here, and I will give as I've accepted. Peace of perfect love is given to us, the glowing purpose to we join with our companion, the holy true awareness that brought the holy light and pure formless awareness. Brought me and my companion together must extend the formless awareness that brought me and my companion together must extend as I accept it. There's I've been called together with my companion to the most pure function this world contains, to the purest function this world contains. It is the only one that has no limits and reaches out to every broken fragment of the extension, healing and uniting comfort. This is offered to me in my unconditionally loving relationship, my holy relationship. I accept it here, and I will give as I have accepted. Peace of perfect love is given to us with the glowing purpose in which we join with our companion. Pure formless awareness. That brought me and my companion together must extend as I accept it. So really a call to merge with our companion in this pure formless awareness and perfect love, in the light, and quite a beautiful passage. Also, this section talks about how illusion was formed, tiny mad idea, how that fragmented our mind, shattered heaven. So it's quite important to realize that that's the top level metaphysics that allow us then to see it for what it is, as an illusion. All right, so brings us to the end. Let's just do a personalized executive summary of this. So, give me a moment to get all that ready, and I'll read the personalized executive summary. All right, so going to personalize this, summarize this.
Washing.
Hi
I'm
there.
afraid it was going to get damp again.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was
I
gonna
went
go
to
do
get my
that.
jumper I'd left outside and I saw that.
Oh, thank you so much. Lovely. Yeah, so look at the personalized executive summary. Okay, so let's read the personalized executive summary. And so, personalized executive summary of this section is that substitution is a defense mechanism of my belief in separation. When I substitute one person for another or choose between aspects of the extension, I fragment the relationship and reinforce the idea of separation. However, the remembrance of perfect love never uses substitutes. It perceives the oneness of all beings and does not judge between them. Substitution is a process that perceives differences, while love sees only unity. Fear, which is the opposite of love, involves substitution and fragmentation. Definition. It takes many forms and requires different behaviors. Yet these forms stem from a fragmented perception and a lack of completeness. Belief in separation, which led to the substitution of illusion for truth, caused this universe and world of unreality to emerge. Was this physical universe and was the seemingly physical universe and this world of unreality in it to emerge. Seems to exist in it to emerge. I realized the magnitude of my original error and how it has led to a world of backwards and upside down perceptions. Yet, I'm reminded that the truth is within me, and the remembrance of perfect love will awaken me. Tiny differences and substitutions in the world hold no real significance and can be let go of. In my relationship with my companion, remembrance of perfect love sets the course inward to the truth we share. In this inward space, there is no separation or substitution. We are joined in pure formless awareness of perfect love, and no substitute can keep us from each other. Our relationship is a reflection of the radiant truth, and I have faith that it will bring us to its bring us to the state of pure formless awareness. State is restored through our relationship, and love blesses our union. State is restored. Everyone through our relationship, and love blesses our union. Universe of truth stands with us, and the state of pure formless awareness rejoices in our shared extension. I am called to return with Yeshua to the state of pure formless awareness, leaving behind the brokenness of the world, embracing the healing and wholeness that love offers. And behind the meaninglessness and brokenness of the world, and embrace healing and wholeness that love offers. In this pure function, I am called to extend healing and unity to every fragment of the extension. I accept the peace of perfect love and offer it to others, as I accept and offer it to others. And as I accept pure formless awareness that brought me and my companion together, it extends through us to everyone. I'll read that from the top. So substitution is a defense mechanism of my belief in separation. When I substitute one person for another, or choose between aspects of the extension, I fragment the relationship and reinforce the idea of separation. However, the remembrance of perfect love never uses substitutes. Let me start again. Start recording. Yeah, so let's start again. So reading personalized executive summary. I'm going to read it actually in the meditation, I think. So The message of this section is that when I substitute one person for another, I'm making the original error of substituting the truth with the illusion of separation. Substitution implies that separation really happened. I only ever made one error, which was to believe in the idea of separation. And this error projected outwards is what has caused all further substitutions and forms of error that I seem to experience in this world. However, I can remember the truth that the tiny mad idea of separation is not real in my perception of all these errors, and thereby let go of my belief in it. When I see only the truth of our oneness in my companions, when I perceive only the truth of our oneness in my companions, our relationship will be healed and we will live in the real world of love, peace, and joy together before finally escaping this world entirely. So we are all in the state of pure formless awareness, all in heaven, in other words, together. Okay, so I'll read this in a meditation. Okay, so let's have a look at personalized executive summary. I'm going to do a little meditation on that. So on this section, this is section 1 of chapter 18, titled the substitute reality. So this is the personalized executive summary and the key message. Let's do a short meditation on these. Start off, make yourself comfortable, sitting comfortably, your feet shoulder width apart, back straight. Cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils, pausing at the top of the inhale. Scan your mind, notice any thoughts, emotions, body sensations going on, and just exhale and release those. And then we'll go the breeze of your breath into the nothingness that they really are. They're going, gone. All of those stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And just rest in God, rest in pure formless awareness. And so just allow these words to drop into the still, calm, quiet space. Just breathing in and out through your nose. And try and repeat the words after me. So I'll speak them as I breathe in, and as you breathe in, and then you exhale out through the nose, and you speak them as affirmations of the truth. To really learn this, really internalize the message of this profound section. So substitution, take a nice deep breath in through the nose, and listen as you hold the breath, and then as you exhale, you repeat the words. Substitution is a defense mechanism of my belief in separation. I exhale as you repeat those words. Breathing in again. When I substitute one person for another, choose between aspects of the extension. Exhale as you repeat those words. Breathing in again. I fragment the relationship and reinforce the idea of separation. Breathing in again. However, the remembrance of perfect love never uses substitutes. Exhale as you repeat those words. Breathing in again. It perceives the oneness of all beings and does not judge between them. Exhale as you repeat that. Breathe in again through the nose. Nice full deep inhale. Hold the breath. Substitution is a process that perceives differences. Exhale as you repeat those words. While love perceives only unity. So just carry on in this gentle rhythm of breathing as I speak. You breathe in, you hold the breath, and then as I pause, you exhale out through your nose and you repeat the words. I'll remind you every so often to do that, but not every sentence. Breathing in the nose, stomach rises, chest rises, hold the breath briefly. So second paragraph of this executive summary is fear, which is the opposite of love. involves substitution and fragmentation by definition. It takes many forms and requires different behaviors. Yet these forms stem from a fragmented perception and a lack of completeness. Breathing in. Belief in separation has led to the substitution of illusion for truth. Breathing in again. Cause the seeming physical universe and this world of unreality that seems to exist within it to emerge. Bring us the genesis of the world and the whole cosmos. Extraordinary. It's an all-encompassing theory. Yes. Shows us the truth. So breathing in again. That these forms stem from a fragmented perception and a lack of completeness. Belief in separation, which led to the substitution of illusion for truth. Was the seemingly physical universe and this world of unreality seems to exist within it to emerge. I've repeated those because they're so important to understand where this whole universe originated. And one tiny error. So Yeshua says, I realized the magnitude of my original error. Let's realize the magnitude of the original error and how it has led to a world of backwards and upside down perceptions. Yet the truth is within me. And my remembrance of perfect love will awaken me. Tiny differences and substitutions in the world hold no real significance and can be let go of. So I can these are not real differences, just illusory, part of the illusory construct of the whole universe. Breathing in again, nice deep breath in through the nose, blow the stomach up like a balloon, chest rising towards the top of the inhale as you listen to these words. So I realize the magnitude of my original error. And how it has led to a world of backwards and upside down perceptions. Yet the truth is within me. Perfect love will awaken me. hold no real significance, and so I can let go of them. My relationship with my companion, remembrance of perfect love, sets the course inward to the truth we share. Breathing in this inner state. There's no separation or substitution. We're joined in pure formless awareness of perfect love. And no substitute can keep us from each other. And keep us apart. Breathing in again. Our relationship is a reflection of the radiant truth. And I have faith that it will bring us to the state of pure formless awareness. Breathing in again. This state is restored to everyone through our relationship. And love blesses our union. The universe of truth stands with us. State of pure formless awareness rejoices in our shared extension. I am called to return with Yeshua to the state of pure formless awareness. Leaving behind the meaninglessness and brokenness of the world. And embracing the healing and wholeness that perfect love offers. Breathing in again. In this pure function, I'm called to extend healing and unity to every fragment of the extension. I accept the peace of perfect love. And offer it to others. And as I accept the pure formless awareness that brought me and my companion together, it extends through us to everyone. So the key message of this section is that When I substitute one person for another, and repeat after me, when I substitute one person for another, I'm making the original error of substituting the truth with the illusion of separation. Because substitution implies that separation really happened. I only ever made one error. Was to believe in the idea of separation. And this error projected outwards was caused all further substitutions and forms of error that I seem to experience in this world. However, I can remember the truth. The tiny mad idea of separation is not real in my perception of all these errors. And so let go of my belief in it. And I perceive only the truth of our oneness and my companions. Our relationship will be healed. And we will live in the real world of love, peace, and joy. Together, before finally escaping this world entirely. And merging awareness together. And so it is. Amen. So just spend a couple of minutes of deep silence, just allowing these words of truth to integrate into your being in stillness and silence. So there's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, no more words necessary now, just breathe in and out through your nose, observe the breath flowing into the nostrils and out of the nostrils. Relax and be still. And experience what section is pointing to, the state of pure formless awareness, heaven. Experience that right here. Right here and now, the state is. And enter into it with your companion. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still, and sink inwards to the truth of eternal love that unites you, your companions, and everyone. And merge into the state of perfect love, pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is God. Merge into that state. Any thoughts come in, seeming disturbed, deep peace, stillness. You observe them, you breathe in, remind yourself today's lessons, the mind, awareness holds only what I think with God, or pure formless awareness, perfect love. So willing to let go of everything else, blow it all away. Breeze of your breath to nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. Stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. So just let it all go, blow it all away. Say, beyond this world, there is the world I want. World of pure formless awareness, which is heaven. It's a state of mind without form. It's impossible to perceive two worlds. So I let go of the one, I embrace the other. Truth must replace the illusion. That's the only substitute that I can make to be sane. All other substitutions are false. So just surrendering in to surrender into the truth, state of pure formless awareness, merge as one with all your companions. Feel that unity and that one. Another minute or two of deep silence. And so just gently coming back from this deep, connected state of pure formless awareness into an awareness of the body and the breath, the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. And you pause at the top of the inhale and you smile. Scan your mind. So notice any egoic thoughts and emotions. So at the top of the inhale, just notice any thoughts, any emotions, any related body sensations going on for you, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricted in any way. And you exhale, just blow them all out with the breeze of your breath, letting them go into the nothingness they really are. They're going, gone. All the stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you rest. In perfect love. Count of 2. Notice the weight of your body. So you exhale, pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling, touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. You breathe in, notice that. Notice what you're hearing, the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state. And connecting to the state, anchor it in. Stay here for the rest of the evening. On to the weekend ahead. So it is said and so it is done. Top yourself up by reminding yourself of today's lessons if you need to. And should keep you in the state, pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness, perfect love is your natural state. All right, so it is. Amen. So now on the count of 3, open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around. So you're going to notice there's objects in the room around you. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state of mind. State without illusions. Just this awareness permeating into every perception. Feel the peace of that. Notice it in everything you look at. Just randomly look around the room. Notice in everything. There's this underlying peace. Peace of pure formless awareness. Love of God. This is why God Love goes with you wherever you go because it's in your awareness. Love goes with you wherever you go because God is in your mind. So awareness is in your mind, you cannot lose it. So carry on then in this connected, fully aware state, or rest of the evening, on into your weekend. Wish you a very peaceful, flowing weekend. May the peace of pure formless awareness and perfect love be with you always and in all ways. Namaste, which means peace of pure formless awareness in me acknowledges and honors that same peaceful, loving awareness in you. All right, so thank you to everyone who joined. Christine, John, another good session. I hope you enjoyed this, and having a break tomorrow, but I hope to catch you on Sunday evening at 6 p.m. UK time. That's 7 p.m. South African time. Hope to connect with you then, and wishing you much peace and love in the meantime. Namaste.